Good morning, everyone. Welcome into our Friday stream. I somehow completely forgot it was Friday until now. Congratulations, Blood Orange. I'm happy I can be an efficient timepiece for you. I suppose that does come with the territory of being the new son of the new world, etc., etc. We're going to be playing Crime Scene Cleaner today. We're going to be playing Crime Scene Cleaner today. I needed something relaxing. I needed something digestible. I needed something that I can really sink my teeth into without exerting a lot of mental energy, because the holidays are horrible and the war on Christmas is a taxing endeavor. Trying to find my... Okay, alright, cool. The window only plays music when I'm focused in on it. Briefly, I was considering playing this in Polish, because for a while I was trying to learn Polish until Duolingo started using fucking AI and ruining everything. But I think for now we're going to play it in English. Oh, maybe I can do a borderless windowed. Blood settings full. Can we do more than full? Is that possible? Safe? No, I want it full. Well, why are there two bars here? Okay, those are my two options. Got it. Interesting. Head bob on. Sure, I'll take it. FOV, fine. Toggle crouch. I prefer crouch to be toggleable, honestly. Sprint, yeah. No, actually, no. I like sprint to be a held action. Key press duration default. I imagine that's fine. How about graphics? Graphics. Resolution, fine. Borderless. Are we borderless? Full screen, windowed. I guess I'll just go straight up windowed. Okay, it just won't release my mouse anyway, so I gotta alt tab away. Cool. What else we got? VSync, fine. Limit FPS at 60. I don't need more than 60 frames. I'm not a fake fucking person who thinks that I need more than 60 frames. I can't see a 61st frame. Brightness is fine. Quality settings. Can I get ultra? Hey, the machine likes it. The machine's fine with it. Sound. Alright, fine. Streamer mode. I would like to know what that is. I'm gonna assume yes. Maybe they have some copyright tunes. Yeah. Okay. I'm not a fake person. Sounds like something a synth would say. Hey, listen. I'm not a fake person at all. I am real as real can be. I'm realer than you. I am so fucking real that if one were to assess my realness, they would be in awe. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Look away from that. That's not there. I'm real. I'm absolutely real. Keyboard. WASD, perfect. Vasad, ooh, it's backwards here. Interact E, love that. Q is a sense, alright, that's fine. Flashlight F, classic. Photo mode, don't think I'll be using that. Left control is crouch. Fine. Does that mean sprint to shift? Okay, this is very standard. Oh, okay. And those are all specific. I'm good with this. Let's fucking go. Let's clean up some crime scenes. Nice tunes, by the way. I'm liking the tunes. President Studio. I've never heard of these guys before. dynamic. That's in my left
You
ear.
can work hard through your whole life, but sometimes even that's not enough.
Uh-huh.
When a person struggles to make ends meet, it's easy to become desperate.
Mm-hmm.
As it turns out, one short call can hold the power to change it all. But the question is, should you really take it?
Uh?
Mr. Kowalski, I fucked up.
Yeah? Alexander Nowka. I mean, is this a Polish game? Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay.
I'm here.
I'm not sorry. I needed to bail. I have to be cautious.
Alright, alright.
Are you serious?
Maybe I do need to drop the graphics down a little bit.
Just go to apartment 23. I hid the key near the door. You won't miss it. Money is inside. Bye.
Son of a... Is that how you raised your son, Paul?
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna... Well, maybe I flew a little too close to the sun. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. You know, that's a little better, but there's just something to the... When I look, there's just something to the... There's a stutter here. There's a stutter here that I don't appreciate. It's just sort of... Huh. Like if I... Yeah, you see that, right? Ugh. Ugh. You know, this game's about interiors, maybe... Okay. Maybe it'll look better when I'm in a building, you know what I mean? What am I even looking at here? Okay. Upper left side of my screen. Okay, I got it. Yeah, this is in the same vein as like fucking Power Wash Simulator or something. So I know the sans affaire of the genre. It's like the sensitivity is overly high. Yeah, but like my I feel like the amount of distance I'm traversing with the motion of my mouse is fine. It's just that visually there's something wrong with how I go from one frame to another. Is there motion blur? I usually turn off motion blur by default because it makes me feel fucking sick. This is all I got. X quality and well, like if they include it as part of one of these. Ooh.
Closed. I need to go another way.
All right, well, let's go in here, huh? Eviction notice. Dear tenants, you're required to vacate the building within 90 days. This housing estate was sold to Ruth LS Development Group. Ugh, ruthless. That's cute. And will soon be transformed into an executive residential complex. Residents who resist will be forcibly removed and will face criminal liability. Davies District Administration, June 8th, 2020. Okay. Oh, wow. So, middle of COVID, too. That's what they were talking about. Because this game came out a while after that. Do I have a flashlight? I don't yet. No tests. This is interesting. This is cool. Wow, a cleaning game with a punch mechanic. This dude's got a solid right hook.
How could anyone even live here?
Dear tenant, you're hereby required to vacate the premises within 10 days. The reason for this eviction note is X keeping pets that are clearly not allowed. You are renting the apartment with a strict no pet clause, and yet you are keeping dangerous animals, which may pose a serious threat to other tenants. Deathstalker scorpions, black widow spiders, and so on. I should leave this place.
Literally end you.
I hate myself, but not today. That's an interesting piece of text to find. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm meant to be up there. This is starting to look a little better now that I'm like in confined spaces, but it's still, there's still something afoot.
Someone's lucky keys.
Ah. Oh. The whole game revolves around collecting money for treatment of your sick daughter. Sometimes you may find your payment not enough. There are a lot of valuable items around the crime scene, and some of those may be stolen. To steal a valuable item and sell it for some extra cash, move around with the cursor, press the button. Remember that additional cash will grant you additional points to your skill tree. Okay, cool. It did not mention a downside to stealing. But it looks like this will be a big part of like the incentive of exploring outside of the space that's meant to be cleaned. Okay, interesting, interesting. You can really eat some shit. Alright, cool. I heart cardboards. Cleaning game with the skill tree, this will be fun. Yeah, I love my cleaning game to have RPG elements. There was somewhere else to go, was there not? Yeah, up the steps. Okay, secrets nearby. Andrew Strong. This is cute. We need a cleaning game with a parry next. Hey, yeah, if I can punch. Okay, well, the book says secrets nearby. Required to vacate the building within 90 days. This housing estate was sold to Ruthless Development Group. Yeah, okay, we get it. Gentrification notice, hell yeah.
In other words, you're too poor to live here.
I want to fucking see. What happens if I fucking... Does the video game have fall damage? Well, I'm behind this door that they didn't want me to get behind, so that's cool. I like how I'm like 10 minutes into this game and I haven't cleaned anything.
Same keychain as before.
Interesting. A basketball court?
That's a strangely well-kept place. Priorities, I guess.
Well, I gotta. Ooh, he's got a lot of oomph. All right. Can I make it from across the court? Almost. Okay, so if I do it like this. Not quite. I think I need more of an arc. What if I do it here? Line it up like that. Okay. Maximum sauce is not going to get me this bucket. Wow, that meter really fills up fast. I need to get this hoop. I need to nail this hoop. Come on, Dove. Haven't you shot any b-ball before?
From way down.
Yes! Well, if the game chastises me, I need to do it again. Can I? Hold on. I wonder if I can cheat this actually. Because what I did there just now was a bucket. I scored a bucket is what that was.
Still got it.
Why are you playing around? Because I fucking want to, dog. This is Crime Scene Cleaner, and the crime is me scoring these mad hoops. Ooh.
And that's how it's done.
Good job, Kowalski. I want to score this hoop too, because this one has the heart on it.
Buckets.
Okay. I want to go back to primary school. All right. Anything else of interest around this joint? I don't think so. So I was very pleased to discover that. Ooh.
I have a weird feeling about this place.
Don't forget to water your plants and yourself. That's true. Hey chat, go drink some water. What exactly are yokai? Interesting question. Bryce the Sun. This is a neat little spot. No one likes to clean. It works for me. Grow to be big. These are just notes. Nothing weird. They hate me, but I don't care. Looking for... I'll water myself very literally in order to stay in character. Yes, you lichenous, licentious beast. I'm not a thief. Don't forget to water the plants in yourself. Don't forget to water the plants in yourself. Okay. Beholding the grandeur of the Venetian-inspired marvel, the Germans were inspired to craft this opus as a tribute to the magnificence. Okay, cool.
Did he use it as fertilizer?
White fertilizer helps. They feed me. They were feeding the plants crack. That's awesome. I don't like this song though. It actually wasn't that bad of a song, but if I have a choice to interact with something, I'm gonna interact with it.
What the hell is wrong with people? Why do they accuse me of inappropriate behavior towards my plants? I love my plants more than anything. I would never hurt them. Nobody's talking about the guy from 23. I've seen him selling some dead leaves to strangers. It even smells funny.
Epic.
But no, you go on a movie date, we send you one time, and suddenly you are a weirdo.
For once, I'm lost for words.
Well, now we know that there's a weed dealer in the complex and we need to go score. You're coming with me. We'll find new buckets to shoot, new hoops. Or maybe I'll just dismiss you. Oh! Invisible wall. Can I move an object and jump on it? Okay, okay, okay. Oh, let me up.
Money, money, money.
Yeah, I don't like that kind of shit. Do you want to win $1,000 in our lottery? I like that this game is encouraging exploration, because this is one of the reasons I didn't kind of like want to get into Power Wash Simulator. Is it is so almost purely meditative, and I need something a little more stimulating and engaging than just meditative tasks. All right, so this book said secrets nearby, and like, I detoured elsewhere. Oh, this is so nice. Maybe. A romantic little spot where two people did the fucking Walter White blue meth together.
Methflix and chill.
I would maybe just like to... Oh, damn. Is that it? Is that all I get here? Nice little spot. Again, I'm getting just a little bit of the...
The key should be here somewhere.
Huh. Well, I definitely want to go in there, but it's fucking dark. I want a flashlight.
So that's where he put it.
To the mindless moron living here, I'm so sick of you. Sick of hearing this hippie music every single night. Sick of all your shady-looking friends banging on your door and discussing things loudly in the hallway. You're making my life a living hell.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough neighborhood from what I see.
Nice.
I'm in.
I'm in. Okay. Looks like we're gonna have an ad break here in just a little bit, so I'm going to put us in break mode and see if I can't fuss with the settings a little more while you're in ad jail. See you soon. All right, welcome back from Ad Hell. Now what were you just saying just now? MC is Postal Dude without any of the exaggerated swagger of a mental patient. You know, I'm gonna trust you on that. I never played Postal. That is a game, right? Or is there a movie? I'm actually not sure. But I'm gonna trust you on that. Now this is obviously where I'm meant to be. Some bro went a little bit messy. What kind of fucking psychotic poster is this? Game series with a movie. In that order, movie based on games? Ooh, man. Well, right off the bat, a lot of blood here, huge altercation. Marched in here and tried to wash himself off pretty poorly. Volcano! Crazy eruptions! That's a very fitting book for the toilet side. Ooh, man.
Fuck. I didn't know I signed up for this.
Right. Where are the bodies, huh?
I need to talk to you. Can't we just do it over the phone? No, we can't. Stop sneaking around and drag your ass over here.
Uh-huh.
Easy, bro.
Easy, bro.
I'm waiting.
Now one of them is dead and the other one is screwed.
Cool, so we need to clean up evidence and then... Okay, equip cleaning item. I imagine we want a mop. Yeah, we're gonna start with a mop, I guess. I'm gonna start in that little sectioned off area, but I want to explore around.
He kicked the habit himself, but hasn't stopped pushing the product.
Medal for 1 year of sobriety. Cool.
And yet no fun was had.
Pat, I might be late tonight. Sorry, Kathy. Why, you on a date or something? Pat, no, just gonna buy some weed and have fun. Kate, alright, see you tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Alright.
Stabbed to death.
There's our dead guy.
Allegedly in self-defense.
Alright, let's see here. What's this? Customers list. Pennywise, 2 boxes of K, ice, usual amount. Rob, 40 pounds, 40 P? Hold on, that could be pence of Mandy, lean, 5 bottles. Elliot J, Silent Bob, same old 1 ounce chronic. Susie and Lisa, 1 box of ice. Igor, 50 pence of Fent. Diane, 20 pence of Mandy. Eric, 3 bottles lean. Nate, 3 GFC. Tyler, nothing. This mofo still owes me 5K.
Tyler owed him a lot of money. That's what their beef was about.
Oh, I can't get out there until those boards bust.
A murder weapon. That letter T is pretty incriminating.
Huh? Oh, yeah, right there. Oh, hey, you just fucking Elder Scrolls, huh, dog? Get over here.
He's heavy. What now? I guess I put him in my trunk.
Yeah, let's get this fucker out of here. If we get rid of the body, then maybe there's just a chance that no crime was committed. And that this is all, cranberry sauce. There's a chance. I wonder if there's a faster way I can get this loser out of here. I bet there is. Yeah. Come on.
Underestimate Dad's strength.
Dad. Here we go. Yeah, perfect. This will be nice and easy. How far can I yeet him? Holy shit! Damn it, I almost made it! Ah, this is a Souls-like. It wants me to punch the art. Idiot. There's so much detail. Another thing I like about this crime scene cleaner situation is it's a cleaning game, but you're not here to make the place pretty. You're here to make it look like nothing happened here. There's some filth that must be allowed for verisimilitude of the space. What would be more suspicious than, you know, going to a potential crime scene and it's completely, fully clean?
This piece of junk still operational?
There's pillows on this bad boy. Someone was napping on this thing. What's that? Big facts about space. Cool. Nice. Nice. More secrets, more secrets.
It's like I'm sneaking into somebody's dream.
This is a lot. Roses are red, just like my blood. Now I'm clean and sober, but my dad's still a cunt. Can't count on him or anyone else. No one ever gets me like my dead girls do.
It's like some poet said, man is the most soulful predator on Earth.
Well, that's my hand now. Epitaph of a good friend. Where is that? Well, let's look at our cleaning skill tree for a second. Wow. Lamp. Directional lamp. Portable flashlight. Oh, but I won't have any points until the level's over, huh? Yeah, got it. Interesting. I'm into this. Okay. Well, I want this money. So that's that. We're gonna turn off the chill vibes. Balloons. Just the letters ah. I'm just so charmed. I'm so charmed by the level of secrecy. Okay. I think it's high time we started cleaning, huh? I can put that body in the trunk when it's proper time. Yeah, let's... Oh, he kicked the door open. That's a cool detail. Okay. So if I just put this here, oh, it'll automatically go there. Good. And then we pick it up. We're gonna put her down. Let's start over here. And then we're going to get our shit wet and get mopping. Okay, I can mop. It feels a little sacrilegious, but I can mop the furniture itself. Oh, just push his shit around. Okay, my mop's getting dirtier. I'm gonna have to dunk it again. Oh, yep. Just smearing it around now. Back to work. It's backbreaking work, but it's honest. Wow, this is already so relaxing. What the fuck? Ah. Looks like I can track blood around too, so I actually need to be a little careful and tactical about where I'm stepping. Okay, alright. Fuck. Uh-huh. Not bad. Okay. I'm just getting used to the controls. If I tab away and pick it up. Am I clean in here? Am I good in here? No blood on the door, right? The music keeps abruptly stopping. I keep on wondering if that's just me, like, passing over a flag. Is that a... Okay, that's bump mapping. Yeah, fucking move, I guess. This is... I don't know why I do this. I spend so much of my day cleaning up Astaroth's messes, and then I finally get some time to myself, and what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm cleaning up the messes of virtual people who don't exist. Don't have the context and wherewithal to fear me. Alright, well, we're making good headway on this blood. Oh, is that a fun little... Okay, that's a fun little noise that happens when the object is clean. That's good to know. Let's see here. Again, with that abrupt music stop. I don't appreciate it.
I should use a sponge.
Okay, I think this is clean. All right. Well, now we're just smearing. Let them grow. Swap out the water. Nice and methodical. Oh, okay, it's automatic. I'm like, what did I have to press? Let me... My mop is still red. Let's... get a perfectly fresh water. Here I am tracking blood all over the joint again. Wonder if I stepped in something. Not that I could see. Right, we were gonna focus on this wall. And what I kind of want to do is just... Oh no, it wants me to fix their positions. I'm not into that. I wanted to pick up the items. Ooh. That's nice. That's good art. I like that. Oh yeah. There we go. That's what I was looking out for. I'm like, I need a way to spot little flecks of blood that are inconsequential. There. There. And it has a cooldown. Good to know. Uh-huh. Okay, okay. Right. This is going to make this game a lot less frustrating in the long run, I can tell.
I'm slowly growing tired of this.
Okay. All right. Little schmutz there. Can't see shit. Come on. All right. Wow, he really got it up there, huh? He really got a high energy stab in to get it up in this corner. You know, I think we got it. I think this corner is good. Yeah, this room is pretty all right. We just got to clean up the furniture now. And then let's, of course. Okay. So what are we thinking? We're thinking there's a quaint little side table that's meant to go there. Where did that go? This, oh, it's this one. Right, okay. You go there. I can go here. I'm gonna stand that up where it needs to go. Give me the pillow first. Thank you. Beautiful. The chairs have green cushions. Aha. This is a luxurious little space, not gonna lie. Get in the position, stupid. Right. The space looks clear. I think we got the space. Get some fresh water in the joint. Not what I want to do. That's what I want to do.
Using mop here is pretty much as ineffective as mopping around. I should use a sponge.
On that, sure, but right now I'm getting this, dude. So relax a little bit. Nice fucking Rastabong, dude.
Mop here is pretty much as ineffective as mopping around.
I like how the text said moping around there. I wonder if that's a bit of a translation error. Because using a mop here is exactly the same as mopping around, is the thing. There we go. No, no, get the sponge back out. It looks like the rug's pretty clear, huh? Hmm. This is garbage. How do I... Oh, I deploy a garbage can. All right. Oh, okay. Interesting mechanic. The Rostabong is not garbage. It is a masterpiece. Now this goes somewhere. Right there. Oh shit, that's the table is technically clean. Okay, good. All right. We need one more furnishing item to go back where it belongs. I haven't even been looking in these drawers. What if he has some fun shit to steal? You know? Another eviction notice. Ideas. I'd love to steal his ideas. Gardening implements. That whole wall is clean. Fuck. Got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Oh, looks like an ad break is starting soon. I'll see you in a bit. Welcome back in. Thank you for enduring ad hell. Just getting right back into the chill energy of the crime scene cleaning. What was I in the middle of? I was in the middle of checking to see how robbable this guy is. A lot of smokes. Nothing. More smokes. Nothing. Potato chips wavy. Lager beer. Nothing. Authorized personnel. Nothing. Lots of just trash, I guess. Heyo.
At this point, might as well sell some drugs on the side.
We got his fucking junk.
That guy was clearly missing a screw.
Overcoming Aggression by Theodore Bundy. This game's fucking cute. Overcoming Aggression by Theodore Bundy is a transformative exploration into human behavior, offering groundbreaking insights and practical strategies to navigate and mitigate aggressive tendencies. This essential guide fosters self-awareness, compassion, and positive change, laying the foundation for harmonious relationships and contributing to a more empathetic world. A groundbreaking exploration of aggression, this book is a catalyst for change, essential reading, offering deep insights, practical tools, and transformative strategies for those seeking understanding and personal growth. Laying a solid foundation for lasting change, Overcoming Aggression provides an insightful exploration into human behavior. Alex offers practical strategies to dismantle aggression and inspire positive transformation, reshaping our interactions and relationships. That's so good. That's so powerful. A transformative guide to conquering aggression, essential for positive change. Matt W. I think that was a little more tongue-in-cheek, talking about how this is the sort of stupid fucking language that these books have that's so unreal and robotic. I like it. It's good. Oh, I'll take that $100 bill. Bro just kept packs of full cocaine, like bricks of cocaine in a drawer. Anything else worth snagging? There's a mug. Huh. I think that can just go there. Oh, let's fucking close the door. Make sure there was no backsplash on there. Oh, dude had a package. Cool. This feels like a strange bachelor pad. What is this? Welcome in, Muscle Van. We're playing Crime Scene Cleaner. Just thought I'd do something more chill and relaxing today. Crime Scene Cleaner is a fun little game where you are showing up and making sure it looks like a crime did not happen. We've been able to clean every room but this one so far, and I was looking to see if there was shit to steal. Okay. Let's get my fucking tools out, though. Oh, I need to put some water in this bad boy. How are you today, Mats? I see the designs are just different from room to room. Yeah, this dude had a sick little pad. This is just the first level, and I'm really feeling it. I'm liking it. Let's get to work. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I mop. Okay, good. This is getting a little full. Whatever's in that room I haven't even seen yet. Am I hearing... Am I hearing, like, music? Let's just finish mopping up this blood and take a look in here. Ayo? Did this dude have more going on? I don't know why I'm fucking mopping up that blood. It's all dripping from the ceiling anyway.
What the hell happened up there?
We're about to find out. But first I want to finish what's down here before I get distracted. Whatever's up there I want to see. And I want to give it my full attention. Oh, we got a full bag. Okay. Let's just dump it out here. Okay, that's all of our trash necessary. Huh. Well, that's pretty suspicious. Can't show that sign of a struggle. That's good, that's good. Ooh. Anything worth stealing in your kitchen, sir? Not really. There's a whole fucking just slice of pizza directly on the rack in your oven? What a freak. You're leaving your juice out unrefrigerated? At least your microwave looks kind of clean. We just need to collect some evidence. Oh, this would be it.
At least he didn't screw me over.
Yeah, this is my payment. But like, guys, what happened up there?
What
Yeah!
the fuck?
Yeah!
I had another hobby.
Yeah!
I feel sorry for you, but if cops were to come sniffing around, I could get in trouble.
No problem. Hey, let's see if I can score this bucket, huh? Let's see if I can make it here. Oh, I overshot it.
As a ordinary janitor. Now I'm dragging a dead girl
It counted. It counted. She got snapped in.
to look out for.
Fucking thanks on the envelope and the body in the attic. This game was interesting. I'm very thrilled. All right. We got more crimes to scene. Oh, man. The music. This dude was a full-on serial killer. Rock on.
My stomach's already in knots.
Ropes and Knots. Albert DeSalvo Jr. Ropes and Knots is an extensive guidebook meticulously unraveling the intricate world of ropes and knots with a special focus on sailing. The book sails through the history, types, and uses of ropes, while tying together detailed instructions, illustrations, and practical applications of various knots essential for sailing. Whether you are a novice sailor or a seasoned mariner, this book anchors your knowledge and skills, ensuring you are well equipped to handle the ropes and knots with confidence and expertise on your sailing adventures. Disclaimer. The content provided is Ropes and Knots is intended solely for educational purposes related to sailing. Readers should exercise caution and use the information responsibly. The author and publisher are not responsible for any harm or damage resulting from the misuse or misapplication of the content, especially used for purposes other than sailing. They're good. They can't be held liable for the murderer. Oh man, bro really got messy here, huh? Just gonna clear myself a little walking path. I don't want to drag any of this blood around.
Why do psychos love classical music so much?
Yeah, you tell me, man. Normally I turn radios off. I want to leave this on. I think it'll be nice. I'll have to turn it off before we go, though. I don't want the cops coming up here to see what the music is. Oh, my bucket's already out. I need to go get it. All right. Come here, you. Excellent. Yeah, let's keep going with my room by room method. I rather appreciate that. Oh, hey, that fucking zone I found earlier with the note about my dad's a cunt. Only my dead girls understand me. Probably this dude's private space. His space for music.
I should never have gotten involved with this.
Uh-huh.
Looks like Rob was a real freak.
Nice. I'm pleased. This is a strong first level. Swap out the water. He was also growing weed, the real crime. Huh.
Things changed from really, really bad to absolutely horrible.
Wow.
I know a guy who might help me with it.
I like the dude's art.
That's very vintage, just like me.
Uh-huh. Well, you know, he kept the shit locked down in a location.
Damn, she was just a student.
No wonder he gave me such fat stacks for this. All right, well, nothing to do here.
I should use the sponge.
You think a sponge is better for this, sir? You're probably right. In fact, the first thing I should do is get this body out of here.
If I bail, the cops will find out what happened here, sooner or later. This might lead them to Tyler. Tyler will surely lead them to me.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. I'm gonna see if I can make another bucket with this body. Oof, oof. Ah, undershot at that time. Oh no, sponge. We're gonna use the sponge to get out there. Yeah, really clean this shit up. Really get it nice. Oh my god, this game is a perfect rating. Yeah, really? Like actually on Steam? Nothing like mutually assured destruction as a motivator. Hey, I'm here for the cash. I don't think Tyler could fucking get my ass. As you've noticed, Tyler only does this to women. And dudes that owe him money. Maybe I should get Tyler because I respect women. And I don't do this to them. I do this to men. Okay. A little bit of a schmutz to get on the side before. Okay. Okay. I'm satisfied with that. Let's get this canvas now. Perfect. Well, it looks like my fucking job is clear. Oh, fuck. What? I'm short one little blood schmutz now.
What a rotten luck. To end up having to cover up for a serial killer.
Alright, well I need to find one more spot in the attic where there's blood for me to mop up now. And it's fucking dark in here. Yeah, 10 out of 10, overly positive rate recently and overall. Hey, that feels honestly so correct. I've only been playing this for as long as the stream has been running, but personally speaking, I think it is really novel to have a cleaning game in the same vein as fucking Power Wash Simulator, but with exploration and plot and mystery and the added challenge of there's something really nice about the idea of there's something really nice about the idea of a game that you need to clean a space, but it's not to perfect cleanliness, it's to plausible deniability. That's such a cool concept. Like, I was at 100% blood cleanliness, and then I did a spill there. Well, okay, let's... Okay, I need to break these apart. You too. Right? Cool.
Time for a bag swap.
Oh, ooh. I gotta fucking... Okay. Ooh, come on. Gotta clean up my mess. Can't leave evidence that I was here. Ugh, another full bag. Ugh, almost. I keep on narrowly missing my fucking truck. Oh, another one.
Fucking psycho.
I like this dude's style, except for the fact that he doesn't respect women. Okay. All that's left. All that's left. Is to find out where this blood is. And I suspect it might have gotten on the other side of the world. Currently, this is my only issue. There's a percentage of blood that I can find, a single percent, and I'm suspicious of over here. Okay, we got it. We got it. Now I just gotta make my elegant exit. Gorgeous. All my shit should be downstairs, right? Yep. I like how dude does not take fall damage. Anything else of mine in here? No? Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, you. We missed you.
It was nice not knowing you.
I have a garbage bag all the way over here. Not sure how I did that. Where's my last dead body? Up there? Oh, that's a faucet. Where's my last dead body? Oh, right here. Ha.
That guy who killed you? Yeah. He'll be in the body bag right next to yours. Sorry. 3 bodies in my car. Is it still me behind the wheel?
Excellent. This dude better be fucking stoked. His place looks so innocent right now. Perfect. Perfect. Hell yeah. That's a really satisfying results menu. Okay, you get docked pay if you don't. Excellent. Oh, and then secrets are a bonus. Good. I missed 3 secrets? That's crazy. Okay, before we continue with Crime Scene Cleaner, a game that I fucking love. So far, fucking love. It looks like an ad break is coming in about a minute, and also I really gotta piss. So I'm gonna go piss, and you guys can enjoy an ad break, and I suppose imagine me pissing, and feel however you will about that. See you soon. Welcome back from the dire piss break, everyone. Going to take this time to drink water because symbolism. Indeed, it's quite symbolic that you would drink water to live. It's performance art. Yeah, no cleaner sense because this is my house. Photo with Paul. Open skill tree. Let's actually open the skill tree now. Now that we can, huh? General skills. A step ladder. That might be nice. Interesting. What is this? Hold on. Well, straight up, what I want more than anything is a flashlight. I need a flashlight in my life. Drinking water to live is my way of protesting the existence of the UK. Hey, that's fucking real. Absolutely. There. Flashlight with a limited battery. That's what I need. And then let's talk about our pressure. Do I have a pressure washer? Huh. Let's go to general. Ask. I want a step ladder. I need mobility. Okay. I think I understand how all this works now. Yeah, that all makes sense. Teeth clean. And then, oh, this is actual lore. He became a single father after the death of his wife a few years ago. Kowalski works as a janitor at a school, but his salary is not enough to cover the medical treatment for his critically ill daughter. Because of this, he decided to take on additional dangerous job, cleaning crime scenes. Hey, you do what you gotta do, man. Can you tell this game's set in America? In the United States thereof? Dude just got packages sitting around? Dear Mr. Kowalski, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to provide an update on your daughter Elena's health status following her recent medical examinations. Elena has undergone a comprehensive set of tests, and the results indicate that her condition requires immediate and sustained medical attention. To facilitate her recovery, it is crucial that she undergoes an extended treatment program in a specialized facility. This program will be both long-term and intensive, ensuring that she receives the best possible care. However, I must inform you that this treatment will be costly due to the advanced medical procedures and the prolonged stay required by the healthcare facility. Hugo Stevens. Hey, we can pay for it with this. Now, I hate the fact that I have to be hyper vigilant of AI. Dog!
Dexter, what are you doing up, boy?
Dexter! We've got a dog, gang! Hello. You have such beautiful long lashes.
Sorry to bother, but I have some good news and some bad news.
Okay.
Bad news first, Rob's boss, Big Jim, found out what we did.
Okay.
And he's the scariest guy I know.
Sure.
But, here's the good news. He's not mad at all. In fact, he is so cool with what happened and
Hey,
is
yo?
impressed by your skills, he'll probably hire you. So, yeah. Good luck.
I'm into it.
This is insane. What the hell did you get me into, Tyler?
Okay, Bro needs to learn to clean up his own fucking house. I think this is a good part of the sans affaire of this cleaning simulator game. of having your sort of filthy hole that you're in that you live in, and as you develop your skills, you can make the space your own. Mr. Kowalski, I know it's been only 5 years since your wife passed away, but the truly terrible weather combined with the high air pollution in our region speeds up the weathering of tombstones. I can offer you 20% discount for your wife's grave renovation, so it'll only be $320. This bargain, believe me. Respectfully, Pete Sutcliffe. That's crazy, dude. Okay. You're truly God's gift to all fucknuts like me. I'm not a bad person, definitely not a natural born killer, but that asshole caught me off guard. It was either him or me. Why are you emailing me, Tyler, that you killed someone? God, what a fucking, like, start of the series Jesse Pinkman. No clue how to hide a crime. Yeah, I found my phone. Right? Did I drop it? It says, find your phone and go to bed. I found my phone. Helen. Yeah, I was saying, I don't like that I have to be hyper vigilant about AI, but like the fact is that the world we live in now, if a game comes out and it has an art asset, I have to squint at it. Man, Elena seemed like a cool kid. Interest in space and animals and art. How to survive being a single dad. This environment has a lot of love put into it. Okay, it didn't check off my shit, but there we go. Miko Spawn Wellness? What happened here? What happened here?
That motherfucker finds out.
No worries, pals. He's too dumb to suspect a thing.
Loving familiar. Just don't chicken out at the last moment, gentlemen.
I mean, yeah. Just shove it down his throat.
Got it in the bag, guys. Big Jim? More like a big pussy.
That was good. Blood in the water. That's a fun little legally distinct scrub daddy.
My name is Jim. Big Jim.
What's up?
The dead guy in your trunk, Rob, used to push the product for me. He had this freaky hobby, and I was looking to cut ties anyway, so no sweat.
Yeah, for real.
But I have to say, I'm impressed by what she did in his apartment. That shit'll never look better. So, here's the deal. You either stop cleaning for me, or I'll have someone else wiping your blood off my shoes. Sounds fair?
Well, no, I want cash.
Going from underpaid janitor to working for the biggest crime boss in the city? Talk about overnight success.
Exit mission from your computer. Okay, so the computer does have a functionality. This is a bit like, yeah, I made a reference earlier. It's a bit like Breaking Bad. Just like, you know, doing one thing out of desperation for money and then getting addicted to the life. Hi, Dad. I know you're busy working, but I want to let you know how I'm doing. It's still weird living without you, but I'm slowly getting used to this place. We have normal classes. There are other kids my age, and some of them are really nice. I think they even want me to be friends. I guess it's not as bad as I thought, but I really miss you. Yeah, I hope I can see you soon. Say hi to Dexter for me. Love you. Mr. Kowalski, your application for a loan was rejected. Sadly, with your current janitor salary, you don't qualify for any of our offers. Leon the Loan Master. The job you did at Rose was commendable. I got a trial task for you. And later, a real job. Remember, working for me means high pay, but I demand loyalty. Now let's get down to business. Take all the supplies you need and head to Mike's Wellness Center. Mike's cousin, by the way. Mike's my cousin, by the way. If you prove yourself, I'll reward you handsomely. For $7,500. $7,500. That's better. All right, so Mike's gonna make sure that no one's in there until I'm allowed to be out of there. Till I'm done.
It'll be a long night. Big
God.
Jim, the man you never want to mess up with, or even know in the first place. To kill his own family like this. His name will haunt me until my grave.
Oh, is Mike one of the dead? This is so cool. This game is so cool. What the hell?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kowalski. I'm now taking charge of this place as I inherit.
Okay, good.
So my schedule is pretty tight. However, you can take your time while dealing with his body and this whole mess.
Yeah.
Work.
That's what I like to hear.
Uh-huh. Well, okay. Sick ambiance. Absolutely. Look at this. This feels like walking into this space feels like some of the coolest moments of walking into like a horror dungeon in Bloodlines. It's just so stark and textured. Okay, yeah, that's just art. Well, right off the bat, I want to fucking see if I just can't. Let's get started with this, you know? This little entryway. Oh, that too. Oh. Okay, cool. Just wanted to get that handled. Anything else in here? No? Okay. History Magazine. Unraveling Egypt's Mysteries. Anubis. Full Guide to the Afterlife. Ra. Divine Kingship and Solar Authority. Exclusive opportunity. Act now. Grand prize. A rare life-size statue of Anubis. Ayo? A boyfriend? Nice. Subscribe for 3 years to enter. Grand prize. Life-size statue of Anubis statue. Impress your friends. Other prizes include a genuine stone, quotes genuine, stone from the pyramids, 100% authentic. A private tour of a real archaeological site, a rare manuscript copy, and a coffee cup. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm not reading all that body text, but I'm very amused by all the love that they put into this.
I need to open it from the other side.
We can't go in there. What a cool little joint we're in. Okay, and this is my... Got it. Right. Oh, I'm so happy I got a flashlight. Where can I fill up my... Over there? Lamp can be valuable in dark rooms where it's hard to see for detail. You can place it on the floor and turn on pro strong light. Okay, yeah, cool. Where did they put my lamp? There? Yes. Let's say I want to put it here. Not bad. Yeah, we got some shit to do. Oh, but these will be fun. Finding ways to open them up. Locker card W042. New story item. What's going on in here? Wrench, cigarettes. Okay, so I have a key card to the women's locker room in that one. Fitness. Yeah, first I want to get shit off the floor because I don't want to be tracking footprints anywhere. Move the furniture back. Oh, I knocked that mug over. Whoops. Hey, a ring? Mine. Anything? No? Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that mug back until I clean this spot. Very good. Is that not where it went? Was it this? It was this. What the hell? Wow, okay. Really bonked that through the zone. There we go. I think that'd look better there. Okay. Don't need to worry about any of those rags. Yeah, okay, I think this space is fine. Woof.
Welcome to Miko Spa and Wellness, place which you never want to leave.
Place which you never want to leave. Okay, there's a lot to do in here. This is the zone. That announcement has great energy with the situation. Yeah. It's a place which you never want to leave, Mats. Get this off the door. Come on, this is a place, this is a spa zone. Can't have blood around here. That's cringe. Personally, I would love a spa zone with a bunch of blood and gore in it. I think that would be great, but I don't think the general populace is willing to pay money for that. Right. Shit. All right, come here. Oh shit. My legs went numb. Whales don't fly anymore. Yeah? Mess will always be somewhere. That's true. First, I just want all the blood. Because the blood can, like, spread around. And I want that gone. Oh,
lockers for evidence as well.
M25, for sure. We know that there are 5 victims, and that means up to 5 locker room keys from them. This is probably more of a sponge job. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Really just kind of messed the whole joint up here, huh? I love it. I respect the truly gruesome, over the top murder with a point. Pressure washer. Yeah, let's look at how you work. Pressure washer is used for quickly cleaning large outdoor surfaces. Its high power can create a lot of mess that should be used where the risk of generating additional traces of crime is minimal. Okay. Use the pressure washer and pick up its lance. First place station with a tank on the ground, then pick up the lance from the station and start cleaning. Change the nozzle to use vertical or horizontal. Okay, cool. Good morning, Ver. Good to see you. Here to pretend I'm an expert at crime scene cleanup. Hey, we're just here to make sure that nobody can question my authority. That's all. And if we end up making this spa just a real nice place to go and relax along the way, that's business. Huh. This execution was almost Byzantine. Yeah. Yeah, this kind of fucks. Ugh. Kind of really sad that I'm gonna have to ruin what honestly I think is a kind of a work of art here. Like, look at that. That's gorgeous. They blew his fucking brains out. I love murder. Is that controversial to say? That I think murder is hot when you do it like this? Okay, let's put that station down. First, let's get you out of here because you're just gonna get in the way.
One slice to the throat did the trick. Pretty quick.
A throat slice? Was it a fucking like straight up Sekiro ass blood fountain? In your chat of all places, I try to cultivate a chat full of freaks. I just need to check, make sure. Okay, get in there. Good. Depends on where you say it. My tongue is wholly pro murder when it's sexy. Hey, this is objectively sexy murder. Objectively. Okay, let's try this. Not bad.
What the actual fuck?
With a pizza cutter?
Slicing pizza with this.
Nice. Dude's blood pressure must have been crazy for that sort of spatter. He didn't have long anyway then. Oh man, for real. Dude was on the fucking, like, he was crossfaded on Red Bull and coffee. Slammed 16 monsters and did jumping jacks before they got him. Let's get this out of here. You. Okay. Give me that again. And blood thinners, yeah. Or thickeners. Just a lot of pressure buildup. Dream spa day. Yeah, if one of you subscribes for a sum total of giving me like over 2,000 USD, I will take you on a spa date with the pizza cutter. And then I'll be like this. And you'll know exactly where we'll go from there. I just did a fucking Genshin Impact venti. Oh my god. What? How do I? Oh, change nozzle? No? Did they pass them through the astronaut spin cycle machine just before this? Yeah! Really fucking juiced them up. Okay. Well, this pedestal is clean. God, that's so fucking hardcore, though. Just want to get this sort of zone situated. Where does this go? Oh shit, they blasted that off. Oh, the hand right there. This game's so horny. It looks like an ad break is starting. I'll see you guys in a bit and we'll get back to talking about horny spa dates. All right, welcome back from Ad Hell. The weekend was there. That's about it, really. Was it at least Vampire Weekend? Because then it would be relevant to me in my situation. Let's get this fucking broken glass off of here. Yeah, let's just pick all this shit up.
I take you as my piece of trash, right into the bucket.
That was silly as hell. This guy's a little silly. Guy we're playing as is a little silly. Okay. Where's my water bucket? Here it is. The general floor is looking all right now. Ooh. Yeah, let's zero in on this room. Make sure it looks right. Huh. Interesting toolbox situation. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna need to find a way to like drain the pool, then clean it, and then fill it with fresh water. Fucking this thing. There we go. That's what I wanted to do, because I'm gonna need the range of this bad boy to get up on the Kill Bill splatter. Still cannot get over how much he sounds like Rick Hunter. Who is that? Come on. Well, maybe VC's for the postal dude. Ah, got it.
Just think of the money.
It's funny how he's so not into this whole gig, but I'm thrilled. Oh, fuck. We can't leave just one. It makes sense that the expensive vase wouldn't withstand that kind of pressure. All right. All right, come here. Want it all off. Does it mean, or does the blood water give a Jello craving? You know? Let's go give it a little scope and make sure, because I think you might be onto something. Yeah, it's the way the light's hitting the steps in there. That's very like deep red gelatin, Jello treat. Let me clean up my fucking mess.
Need to empty the trash can first.
Damn it. We're almost ready. We're almost ready to move on from this space. I'm just gonna have to sponge this up. Give it a little Bob l'Éponge. I'm certain that my individuals in chat are aware of the Bob l'Éponge, right? That little post, that little fun moment. Mm. Okay, okay. Of course. I would expect you to be there. I may potentially not be. It's just some fucking posts with regard to this kid who grew up in like Quebec or something. And so they did, and they only watched the French version of SpongeBob and didn't know the English version. So they asked their English-speaking schoolmates if they watched Bob l'Éponge, and got bullied to hell and back about it. Deservedly. Y'all watch Bob l'Éponge? That episode where the crime scene cleaner Dilf used him to mop up a lot of blood? I admit the new seasons are weird. Little schmutz. Oh, can't miss the hot handprint. Let's handle this fucking... Let's get this situations figured out. Where does this go? There? Excellent. There we go. That's a lot more manageable, isn't it?
Keeping up with those pasta eating Mama Mia's make me sick. But that's our best shot at taking out Big Jim. I got connections with his cousin Mike from the old school days. I'm gonna sweet talk him into slipping some poison into Jim's family dinner.
Uh-huh.
Your job? Make sure no funny business happens during our meeting.
They had a well-thought-out plan. Mike and Rick could execute well, but got executed instead.
Do you see this meme? Do you guys see this meme that the dude sent? Salesman slaps top of basketball. Salesman slaps top of basketball again. Salesman slaps top of basketball again. I'm amused. I'm amused. Okay, all right. There's a lot of Italian nonsense in here. Mamma Mia, mofos, and Pizza Cutter. It's all there. Oh my god, I didn't even read the Pizza Cutter as... You're right, this absolutely was the Italian mob. That's a riot. Rome. Not interested. Oh. You bookmarked your book on Rome with $100 bill? That's cunty as fuck. I don't know why you have your high heels in the spa locker. Not exactly a high heel occasion. Ooh, $300 and some Coke. The bitches at Mike's spa fucking party. Party. Ring 2, mine. Okay. This is a small detail, but it's one that I really appreciate about this game. This. The doors open in a consistent direction. A lot of video games, very rightly, will have a door open always away from the player, whatever side you're standing on. But this game is so much about the structure and physicality of a space and how one interacts with a space and in what order and how tactically one engages with a place. it makes sense that they would have the doors not have the video gamey behavior and instead have a more obtuse yet realistic one. Not to get too cerebral about Crime Scene Cleaner, but part of my brand is getting suddenly really cerebral about something and then immediately going, by the way, the blood is sexy. Which, by the way, all the blood, really hot. Okay. A little bit more nonsense. Please get cerebral about crime scene. Do you spend a lot of time at crime scenes, Dove? Only when I'm making them, Blood Orange. Only when I am creating them for other people to clean. Well, like, okay, so if we're gonna get cerebral about Crime Scene Cleaner, my main sort of like praise for this game in terms of its core concept is it adds that little bit of mystery and challenge and puzzle solving that I felt was sorely lacking from the cleaning places simulator genre, right? The power washing and the house flipper and the like, those are fun and meditative and therapeutic, absolutely, but they're also quite simple as things to be engaged with. Quite simple. And what I like about Crime Scene Cleaner is that you're not here to make the place pristine. You're here to make it look like a crime didn't happen. So now, naturally, a space like this is gonna look pristine anyway because it is a place of business. But level 1 was some fucking dealer's apartment, so some shit's gonna look a little nasty, right? The windows are gonna stay boarded up. There's still gonna be piles of junk and cans because when the cops show up, they're supposed to be convinced that something illegal didn't happen here. They're not supposed to be convinced that nobody ever lived here. And so suddenly this becomes a game about investigating. It becomes a game about engaging with a space and unraveling an event that happened, undoing something rather than unliving a space. And I find that really cool and charming and so much more engaging than just pure cleanly perfection. That's my broad cerebral angle on Crime Scene Cleaner right now, and I'm certain that I'm going to get more specific thoughts as more things happen in this game, but right now we're only in chapter 2, and as Blood Orange hunted down for me earlier, this game's got fucking massively good reviews, and I feel that games really struggle to have massively good reviews unless not only do they maintain a consistent level of quality throughout playtime, but there keeps on being escalations, means of continually engaging the players in new ways. Things need to go up and up and up until roll credits in some way. There needs to be more and more and more worth talking about. So I'm excited to see where this goes. It was actually made by the House Flipper studio. I believe that. I absolutely believe that because House Flipper is a competent game. I've not played it, so take that review with a grain of salt. But like I've seen people play it because it's a very watchable game. I should clean it first. So House Flipper is a very competent game, but this does feel like a logical next step in the formula. How can we make the cleaning simulator genre more engaging, more worth its players' time? And I feel that this was a correct answer, a proper response to that call. And if I'm being challenged almost to get cerebral with Crime Scene Cleaner, the hit video game, it is not lost on me that this is a story with a framing device. You're not going into bespoke levels just saying get some money. There is this soft. Oh, let me. Where can I put this? That would make sense. Like that? Perfect. There's this framing device at play where this dude's daughter is sick, and sick from some kind of accident. She's recovering from something. It might be an illness, but the fact is it is a thing that happened and needs now to unhappen. And I think it's very fitting that the way the dude is making money to pay for her treatments and unhappen the things that's happened to her is unhappening these things that happen to these people. Undoing damage, making it seem as though it never happened. Even though that little girl's still going to feel the pain of her mother's death, and she's still going to feel the pain of her illness and the recovery from it. These people are still going to be dead, even if their bodies can't be found. Come here, you.
Huge guy. Probably a bodyguard. Swiss cheesed with a sharp object.
That's what I do to men. That's what I do to men who defy me. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can't. Come on. Oh, man.
Fully relaxed, not knowing someone is about to stab him. Peaceful death. To some extent.
Well, I doubt the stabbing was an instantaneous death, my guy. Anyway, Vare, was that enough erudition for you? There was even some life advice in there, even though normally life advice is a redeem that you need to pay for. Where's this bitch go? Okay, let's use... Okay. It filled the current quota. All right. I'm happy to know I'm meeting quota. Right, yeah, so that probably goes here, huh? Beautiful. We need to drain this fucking pool, right? I'm not going to engage with this pool until I can drain it. Oh, baby, baby.
Stay in the sauna for too long, as it may cause sleep disturbances or negatively affect your well-being.
I'll let them relax. Beautiful. How about in here? What's in here? More genuinely, enjoy hearing your thoughts on game design execution. Yes, it was lovely. Thank you. Hey, no problem.
Guarantees a very even tan all over the body. Please enjoy it to the fullest.
Did they roast the dude?
Balanced barbecue experience all over the body.
They roasted the dude. Hell yeah, they Final Destination his ass. What is going on here? There we go. Death via tanning bed. They Final Destination his ass. Oh, yeah. No, you're absolutely right, Mots. That was a really good fucking reveal. Oh, this UV light is going to be very useful in here. Let's just put you right down the middle. The stream was like a third of the fun of these streams. Hey, you can't give me a hard number like that, Orange. Now I need to hear what the other 2/3 are. Beth, I'm bored out of my mind, hubby. Been here for an hour. Mike, just 10 more minutes, baby. I'll make it up to you. Buy me a jacuzzi like the one you have here. When we take Jim out, we can sell this whole business. Go fuck each other's brains out in Malibu.
She was Mike's wife, apparently. They were planning a coup, but Jim outsmarted him.
1/3 cerebral rooted game dissection, 1/3 horny, 1/3 dog TV. Yeah, no, that reads. Dog TV was really popular. Look, it's shaped like a guy. Okay. Let's engage with this room. Do I have my fucking bucket? It's all the way over there. By the way, Angel reported he enjoyed Dog TV. You have won over my Chester. Dog TV is powerful. Dog TV is effervescent. It speaks to people on a deep level. Okay, well, I kind of want to get this Anubis cleaned up is the big thing. Perfect. Go right there, sexy. It makes sense to me that as a species that has evolved alongside and symbiotically with dogs, we would be as interested in the things that they want to see on TV as they are us, which is to say, sometimes really interested. You ever seen a dog just get really invested in fucking Breaking Bad? Or Iron Chef? Some dogs are like, oh, hell yeah, Iron Chef. Likewise, they must feel the same way when they see us watching dog TV. Ooh. Toasty. I meant to pick up the body, but... Hey, Kowalski pal, don't try to fucking make themes about this. A person died, man. Don't make themes about this. Themes are my bit.
Sorry for what happened, ma'am. We don't think about it daily, but the human body is such a soft machine.
The team that made Viscera Cleaner Detail has only made one other game, and everything else is Viscera related. They've not published anything since 2018, but the copyright on their website still gets updated. Interesting. Interesting. The charred flesh blocking the tiniest sliver of your vision cracks me up. Okay. Let's whip out Bob L'Eponge and get to work, huh? The tanning bed! The tanning butter! Lobster, rock lobster, lobster, rock. Oh. Rock lobster's such a fucking jam. We were at the spa. Everyone had been fucking murdered. Someone went into the bed, then they got fried. The exterior fine? Okay, cool. Sometimes you hit me with throwbacks. I leave the mortal coil for a few seconds. It's part of the game. It's part of the fun. I'm here to engage with a space in an intimate way to unmake the miseries that have happened in it. You are here to engage with me and my silly little ways. Usually psychological injury is my job, so it can be fun to be on the flip side. Was that injury? It's my understanding that Rock Lobster is a jam, and one should be delighted to be reminded of it. It's like, I for a long time labored under the misconception that to be rickrolled is to be owned. And yet, when I learned that to be rickrolled is simply to be like, oh hey, it's Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up, the hit song from the 1980s. And it's a good feeling. Is Rock Lobster not the same experience? No, Rock Lobster is a jam, it is delightful. Why do you complain then? What miseries accost you in such ways. Get out my stepladder. I got a stepladder for a reason, and it's this. No, did I not say I was having fun? My goodness, sometimes shock is exciting. Okay, all right, all right. Listen, I feel like you and I have a very good rapport and connection, but I'm still new to you, and I don't know what emotions you find positive. Cut me some slack. Cut me some slack. It's my stream, and anything I do wrong should be forgiven instantly. Because I'm cute and hot like that. Oh, looks like an ad break is starting any second now, so I'll see you in a bit. Eh. Okay, welcome back from Ad Hell. Thank you for enduring it. As always, I would hope that you would inform me of any interesting or horrific ads that appear. I have a fondness for the horror of marketing. Let's see here. I think this space is clear. Right? Yeah, let's get out of here. Fuck. Forget that happens. Okay. Sadly, it was another adless break. Blood Orange, you need to figure out why advertisers don't value your dollars. Your Scottish dollars. Is that a schmutz? Is that a schmutz I need to worry about? It's just a tile pattern. That's just a tile pattern. Okay. Hacking? Sometimes you need to hack control panels to open certain doors. Clicking on them will start a hacking minigame. What? This cleaning game has a hacking minigame? A set of digits will appear on the screen. The number at the bottom is a key you will need to follow to hack into the system. By clicking on the digits above the correct moment, so this is like a rhythm game? Kinda? Huh. I'm intrigued. Here I thought I had to like look out for a passcode. Ah. Fuck.
Fuck me.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
Easy peasy.
What a wild time. Pizza? Pizza floaty? Okay. With little forks too. Balls? Got it. Industrial ventilation designs. Bridges. Interesting, interesting. This fucking cleaning game is a hacking minigame. That's wild. Can't interact with this. Oh, I'll take that cash.
VIP access denied.
No! No one likes to clean, no one likes to clean, no one likes to clean. That's true. I don't like to clean. Unless it's in a video game about cleaning. Then I'm into it. Okay. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. Now we can get fucking cleaning. Right off the bat, I think I want to blast that sign off. Wow, up on the ceiling. This is the dude who just got like stabbed with an awl. Now, so I speak on the question for the sake of self-interest. Favorite tarot card? Not to be obvious, but my favorite tarot card is obviously the Sun. If you were to restrict me to, say, the minor arcana, I do love myself the Ace of Swords. Hold on. There we go. And if I had to choose a second of the major... Honestly, The devil. No. See, it's interesting. I like the devil because I like how it parallels the lovers in a lot of interesting ways. But I could also be made to say the tower. Those are my answers. That's my scattershot variety of answers. I hope that was satisfactory to you. Three cards for the price of one with a steal. Ooh, four, what a better steal. Okay, still got a little water left on this. A little refill on this bad boy, huh? I think the next set of upgrades I want is pressure washer upgrades. This thing is kick ass. Are you doing a reading right now? You lichenous beast. What did I just break? Oh, there's probably a nice little drink there or something, huh? Oh, someone threw their gun in the pool. The question came into my head 2 hours ago and started to annoy me so much. Alright. Yeah, the tarot, I quite like the tarot. In fact, I've mentioned a few times I have an interest in TTRPGs, and I've been running a TTRPG campaign, a specific one for about, I want to say 8 years now. I don't want to check. And one of the things I've done relatively recently is I made a complete custom class for one of my players that has like a whole cards motif, you know, the archetype. And he has a bit of a rotation now of it goes from playing cards to tarot cards when he runs out of playing cards, and it changes his entire way he operates, and it's super cool and fun, and I'm very pleased with it. Gonna be very careful not to blast those lovely drinks. Okay, you can go back there. Squeak! I stepped on a duck. There we go. Yeah, let's get this gun.
Probably slipped out of the hands of a clumsy criminal.
Yeah, definitely don't want that here.
Clean as a whistle.
Oop. Gotta dunk this.
Another one.
Nice little voice you did there, dude. Oh, oh. Getting a little stinky. Hmm. I keep on thinking I see people moving. Like this game has so many breaks from the formula that I'm actually primed to expect a break in the formula of someone's gonna try to come murk my ass while I clean up evidence. Because there is implicit danger in this story. Okay, let's get this. And I'm already full. I can only fit more pieces. I'm gonna pop out for a second. Rusty Cage upload and I refuse to miss out. I understand. Go have fun with your Blorbo, whoever that is. Am I good? Is that all the trash? Oh. Hey. Nice little theft moment. Oh. No blood, no big deal. Okay. We need this. We need you. Lilies for purity. Ironic, no? Oh. Let's just... No. The ducks can stay in the pool because they'll rise with the water, that's fine. Let's just, Whoa! When did you move? Right, okay. This is looking good. I think the pool is ready. This duck had a tiny hat. That's so powerful. Okay. Gorgeous. Excellent. Absolutely beautiful. What's left for us, I believe, is we're gonna go into fucking sauna. Yeah, first we need to get these bodies out of here. Come here, handsome.
The NB letters on his tattoo could stand for Norman Bates.
Uh-huh.
Or Nomad Block, the notorious street gang.
Mm-hmm. How about non-binary?
Shouldn't have gotten in Jim's way.
This is a they, them. The NB is non-binary. Thank you for your service. Bullet casings, that's evidence. We're gonna have to pick that up as trash.
Shot dead at close range. This must be Mike, the owner of this place.
Well, rip, dude.
former owner of this place. I knew he always wanted to get at me, but he crossed the line by getting in contact with the other gangs, and nobody ever crosses Big Jim.
Hey, at least it's more work for me.
Hell yeah.
That's the spirit.
Now this looks like it'll be a fun time. First, yeah, okay, that's all the trash I need to worry about. How's about let's a little detergent in our mop water, huh? Ooh, 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 going fast. I just feel like the pressure washer might be a better move here. Another key card. I'm just gonna try to hit all the fucking lockers at once after we've done the general cleanup. Wipe out the floor before I start getting my pressure washer because that keeps my eyes up in ways I don't really like. Welcome back, Blood Orange. How was your thing? Okay, definitely one up there. Good. It's a long story, but good. That's all we need to hear. Long as you're doing all right. We stream tonight, but he's an American, and I have no idea what time that'll be for me. Come on. I need more water. It'd be great if I could use this, but I guess that's just not going to give me enough water quickly. The one night I can't afford to stay up late is when he comes back. It's hilarious. Yeah, that's how it works when you have someone that you're like really into the content of, is they'll fucking only ever be available to do something epic when you can't be there to see it. Okay. Missed a little schmutz up there. This is so fucking relaxing. Hey, if you guys want to look into a pretty interesting subculture, look into speedruns of games like this. How they've optimized cleaning every fucking schmutz and schwitz. They're a different breed of weirdo, and I respect it, and I fear it a little bit. This has been such a lovely clean. Anything else over here? Oh, just some floor blemishes. All right. Did I just make a mess? I did. There. You probably will have heard some of his music before. He's the guy who made the Knife Game song.
That's a piece of work.
Knife Game song. Knife Game song. I do not know this. I do not know who this is. Okay. We'll check around, make sure I got everything. All right, well, let's fucking figure this out, huh? Nothing in there.
Hey yo, this is my demo song for Rockefeller Records.
Okay.
And, hey, here we go. Hey yo, I'm the shit. Rick better sign me quick. I'ma find Big Jim and end him with a rice and ice cold since the day one. No man block, the prodigal son. I'm gonna do it with your mom. What? The fuck you want from my mom? Wait, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, man. Don't hit me.
What would the kids nowadays say? Not making it out of the hood with this one.
Wow, dude. That sucked. The beat was nice.
It's not like they need it anymore.
Ooh, speed soda. I'll be damn, good for you, honestly. It's not very good.
Mateo's Pizza? I'll order one with pineapple for me and Dexter.
Ah, that's the pizza cutter.
Apparently, criminal savoir vivre does not allow taking weapons to the sauna.
I feel like I haven't found any secrets.
I can't open it from this side.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna open it from the other side then. Maybe I'm crazy. Cigarettes in a case? Oh, we already been in there, huh? Don't have that. We've been in there. Been in there. Uh-huh. And there we go. There's a card for a men's room locker.
You know.
VIP.
I'm a VIP myself.
Uh-huh.
VIP access granted.
Yeah, thanks.
So what did that do? I need to find out what that did. Secret door. Rock on. Before we go in here, it looks like another ad break is coming up, so I'm just going to let that happen, then we can discover the secrets of this place. See you in a bit. Hi, welcome back. Sorry about the slightly extended break. I wanted to see how quickly I could make myself an ill-advised and unhealthy snack, and it was pretty quick, but not as quick as I wanted. Here we go. I'm back within spitting distance of 5k dosages. Oh yeah? You're gonna have some fun? Idiot. Whoa. Pretty swanky zone. Well, time to rub it.
I'm sure Big Jim won't mind me taking it.
I'll consider it as your tip for the night.
Someone was practicing calligraphy. Nice art. Me, no, but Unshin, Hound, etc. Probably. Oh, okay. You're gonna be paying their way. This is part of your whole pie in the sky dream of unionizing chat. Can take his sword. No. Damn. Well, okay, I found one secret, so I feel fine, I suppose. I feel like there should be more, though. And if I were thinking as a dev, I think the secret I would want to do is maybe in the elevator shaft. Oh shit, we have one more. There we go.
I'm taking this home.
Everything I touch turns to gold, then to cold, then to rust, then to dust. Wow. Emo. I found what the game recognizes as two secrets. I think I'm good. Being high in the sky, it's been relatively successful. We wanted more pills, and certainly have a decent amount. And I am bound to my word to honor them. Oh, I guess you just heard all those gulps of my snack. That's your punishment, I guess. Okay, cool. Hey, now that's a payout. I doubled my money. Rock on. Okay, so I found them. That's good. Doggy.
Who's a good boy?
Ah,
Who's not working for a mob?
great dog.
Mr. Kowalski, congratulations. You're hired. Just stick with me and nothing bad will happen to you. Is that clear? Anyway, gotta hang up. Ladies don't like waiting. Call you soon.
So
Wow.
I'm hired by the mob. Organized crime, here I come.
I'm all about it. Let's open our skill tree. Pressure washer, super fun. I want to increase my tank capacity. Let's see here. More strength, more strength. Oh, I gotta choose. Between the two, I think I prefer the heating cannon. Okay, okay. And then I want more trash capacity. Hell yeah. Oh wait, no. You might have different emails today. As you already know, my cousin Mike's not well anymore, but thanks to you, his wellness center looks just fine. Like nothing really bad went down inside. By the way, all the people who died there committed the unforgivable sin of disloyalty. Let this be a lesson to all backstabbers. But you did a good job, Kowalski. You're hired. Soon I'll have another task for you, Jim. Alright. So there's an official closeout message. Mr. Kowalski, I regret to inform you that your request for a salary increase was denied. Our budget is a bit tight this year, I hope you understand. Laura Palmer, school principal. The entire school staff wishes your daughter Elena a speedy recovery. Wow. Wow. Tyler Novak. How's it going? I guess it's been kind of busy for you lately, but I hope you are getting paid well. And you're not, like, really mad at me, right? Are you mad at me? I just wanted to give you a quick update, as you were the one who got me out of this mess and more. You see, Rob wasn't so irreplaceable after all. Jim kind of felt he was a psycho, so I think that's why he trusted me so easily. And now I'm the one in charge of selling pot. I got this gig thanks to you. We should celebrate sometimes. I can invite you for dinner. I make killer mac and cheese. Hey, pal, I'm not going there. Your emails are danger. I just wanted to help her escape from a toxic relationship, but I ended up making a terrible mess. I never meant for it to go this far. Now I have to get rid of the body or they'll lock me up for killing that son of a bitch. You have to help me. Alright, so we got 3 bodies. Huh. I'll take it. Where's the dog? Dog. Dog? Where is the dog? Where is the dog? Downstairs. Dog.
Sorry, Dexter, but it's no time for a walk.
Idiot. Idiot. Okay. So there was a world map situation. I almost feel like I've got 2 different... Okay, cool. So this is if I want to explore around a little bit. Got it. Well, no, let's go to the new spot.
Never mess with parental love. If something like that ever happened to Elena, I don't even want to imagine such a thing. Because I already know that I would do anything to save her.
Yeah, I get it. You're one note, dude. I'm not against a one note character, but sometimes they really hammer in that they're one note.
Beautiful place with not so beautiful aftermath.
Yeah, this is also really Bloodlines to me. This tune. Ooh. interesting red light moment over here. Oh, that might be something coming in from the other side. Wow. Real ritzy spot. Well, let's get fucking mopping. Wow. Dude who did this was not subtle about it. And that needs a sponge. Woof. Woof. Now, the main character making that comment about, hey, I would do crazy shit for my daughter, in regards to this crime that he's cleaning up, I think is interesting. They could be trying to make this parallel that I was making earlier about what he's doing as a crime scene cleaner is in some way tantamount or parallel what he's trying to do for his daughter. That's a whole secret. That's not even a good secret. Interesting. What's that? Brass knuckles.
For family talk.
Wow. Showed up ready to fucking rumble, huh? Okay, let's get these fucking stupid pieces of shit out of the way. Much better. Okay, okay, okay. This marble kind of obfuscates what needs sweeping up. Real swanky digs are good for murdering in until you have to clean. All right, fine. Swap it around. Wonder if the body dripping blood will actually refresh the mess here. It does. That's good. I mean, not good for me. I need to like, go handle that body now, but at least this area has been made more manageable. Okay. Excellent. I need to go up these stairs to get to that body, which is currently making one hell of a mess over there. Okay, yeah. I don't want to engage with that vase with a sponge. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna put this... Yeah, just real fast back over here. Damn it. Come on. We good? One more. All right, we're good. We're good back here. Sort of clean off this wall. Nice bloody handprint. I think a bloody handprint is such a pretty image. Like, there's just a really strong aesthetic proportion to a bloody handprint. Stairs looking good. There, that'll help. Ooh, wow. Lots of signs of a struggle up here. And here's our fucking body. Okay. What a cool fucking game. Okay, we got to that body. This is where I wanted to get. Now come here.
Was this the potential client?
Huh. I should have just thrown him over the edge and come down to get him. Alright, well, we're gonna be able to clean that up. Excellent. Woof. Got a lot to do, though. Yeah, that was just me fighting my way upstairs, huh? Yeah, screw it. Now, actually, no, my cleaner's instincts say I should be cleaning top to bottom. We got 2 bodies to dispose of now, and we gotta keep on making our way across this. Yo, I think I found your dream hoe. Come today, let's make a deal. Does she meet the requirements? Of course, man. 23 years old, blonde, just your type. Sounds good. Send her to me. This another murderer?
All she did was to catch the eye of the wrong man.
Fuck. Checkmate, globe heads. Okay. Huh. Wow. Lots to deal with here. Is that a whole laptop I just threw away?
I see that Plan B had to be put in motion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unclear where the globe went, so for now it can just hang there. This can come with me.
Won't budge.
Ooh. No, I want to find a way to open that. Hmm. We can't open any of these. Oh. Well, crystal. Don't mind if I do.
It might be worth something.
This is absolutely locked.
Locked.
Huh? It's all Kyle's fault. He got you hooked on drugs. Now he's gonna turn my baby girl into a whore. You don't get it. We're soulmates. We're in love. It's not love. This is the disease. If he hurts you again, I'll fucking end him. You do that and I'll kill myself. You stay out of my life, you sick fuck. Wow. Drama, drama, drama.
Us apart. One family at a time.
Looks like an ad break is going. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, good morning. Welcome back from the ad break. Let's get right back into cleaning this fucking crime scene. I was hunting for a key to that bathroom so I could have a convenient access to a faucet for tactics and strategy reasons. Those cups are clipping. Don't like that that's a drawer full of fucking juices. Huh? Oh. I'll take $100. No, alright. Can't get in the fridge neither.
There. No one will even notice.
Okay, cool. Alright. Didn't even have to clean that one. Where might this key be? Probably in the fucking spooky zone, in the scary door. Okay. Chill study music. Okay. Kind of a horse fixation. This is just a nice little spot to hang. Let's figure this out, huh?
Neat little hiding spot. Didn't work though.
Huh.
Well, well, well. Look what we got here.
Oh, time to hack.
Damn.
Fuck.
Shit.
Haha. Close one, but I got it.
Man.
For a moment, I forgot what the hacking minigame even looked like. But again, what I'm looking for is a key of some type.
That should lift the lockdown.
Ah, a lockdown. Is that where this went? Yeah, let's figure this out. And here's my convenient bathroom. Ooh.
Not mention this. Does he even? No.
I love this. This is a masterpiece. What if the game fucking ruled? What then, huh? I'm gonna clean this last. This is so fucking gender. Ooh, this is a good fucking track. Get clean, idiot. Oh, that's not how that works.
Looks fine now.
Good. Get this whole little sofa together. Gorgeous. Where could this have been? Here? There we go, there we go. And this was probably on the desk. Yeah, the orb pondering chair. Nice. Get this all fixed up. I love this song. This is so good. Ah, Schmoops, welcome in. You like these firm, hard strokes? We're cleaning up a crime scene. You want to be the next victim, babe? All right. Well, then come here. But after my schedule is free, okay? Let's change out my fucking water. How are you, Schmoops, though, for realsies? EP? Idiot. Idiot. Normally, I'm the one who's EP watching your streams. What's the big idea? What's the big idea, pal? Oh shit, cash. I'll take that. Nothing else. Okay. Oof. Yeah, I can just... It's probably not kosher to try to power wash the painting, but what if it is? Oh, that paint's on there good. Did you finish your Signalis playthrough that you were doing? More of a general malaise, a constant ennui that sups upon the thin gruel that is my vitality, swishes it about in the eldritch mouth that is not, and then spits it upon the floor like a twink's first day at the frat. Yeah. You know, this is why I felt like you had really good energy to engage with. You will speak in the tongues of a gay. I think I did that to you before. I dropped into your stream and then answered a question with a little too much zhuzh. A little more mustard than required. I also woo a lot. Understandable. I'm happy you liked that. I figured you would. That's the vibe. That's the vibe you put out. Be pleased about that. so fucking cool. Is any of this on my side? No. Okay. I want them to find my body like that. Hey, we found some bodies in some cool fucking ways. This was really dramatic, though. Like, just opening the door into that was so fucking hot. I'm cleaning this room last just because I love this entire vignette so much. With some moody rock playing on a fucking Walkman. What was in here? The game's reveal game is way strong. Absolutely, Mots. Were you there for that reveal, Mots? It was so fucking kick-ass. The technical term for that in gaming terms is framing. The idea that a situation has arranged the way that you're looking to frame an image without actually like being in a cutscene and forcing you to look that way. Clean up all this broken trash. Okay. We need to go at this with a sponge. This is gonna fucking wig me out. Come on. Sexy as hell is what it is. You know they had me at the sauna. The sauna was so good with the cloud clearing out like that and revealing everything. Dramatic. Let's top off my water. And then I don't know where this chair is meant to go. Oh, probably at the bar. I have a mop. Much better. Yeah, pick all that up. Pick all that up.
So much blood. I'm seeing red now.
Fuck. I got a little bit excited about cleaning. Fuck. No. No. It's in there. It's stuck in there. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Is there any way I can get in there? You see that, right? I'm X-ray visioned into seeing it. Fuck. Alright. This is gonna be my first mission without a perfect score just because I can't get at that trash. That's so fucked. You can go there. You can go there. Do we have a third chair placement somewhere around here? We do. Oh shit. Okay, okay, cool.
Something is blocking the way.
Oh shit, this table's not where it's meant to be.
It won't move like this. It won't move like this.
Here we go. This makes a lot more sense. I thought that chair had a little too much space from the table. Perfect. What the hell is this? Oh, this is my garbage. God. Oh shit. Aha. A little bit of a schmutz there. Okay. I think the only thing to clean upstairs is the epic room that I don't want to touch until I'm forced to, so we're gonna stick around down here. Ooh. Fuck. This is better than Viscera Cleanup Detail. I never played Viscera Cleanup Detail, but I'll tell you this. This game combines, in no uncertain terms and in very synergistic ways, mystery, exploration, puzzle solving, and the meticulous meditative work that you can get from a cleanup simulator of other types. It is so far incredibly synergistic with all of its modes of play and quite engaging, especially if you like fucked up shit. It's not super fucked up, mind you, but there are punches it could have pulled that it didn't. And that is appreciated in the modern sort of puritanical bent that a lot of indie art is trying to go for. All right, let's get rid of this body.
Let me guess.
Dude looks just like fucking
Father had a little chat with his
Timberlake.
good boyfriend.
Beautiful. It's by the same devs that made House Flipper. If you're interested in that sort of, if you're interested in their work. I want to bust these bottles. Oh. Damn it, I can't fit that last piece. Okay.
The girl believed in a true love, ended up in a true crime.
Ah. Wow. Good thing he's dead, eh? There we go. That was a little bit. It wasn't playing with me the way I wanted it to play. I don't appreciate that steaming pipe up there. I think we're clean in the secret murder room. There's a lot to be done here. Let's start with something easy. Moss, I also feel like if you're still here, you would be interested in playing this game just because of your interest in forensics. Good. I keep thinking about that going through this, don't you worry. Alright. Just saying. I know Steam's doing its winter sale sometime soon. If you're interested in grabbing yourself a copy. In case you aren't able to be here for all the cleanups I'll be doing. Though if I'm going to be recommending a game for people to spend money on, I think right now my fucking contender for game of the year is Sorry We're Closed. Absolute fucking masterpiece. So if you only buy one game, at my recommendation, buy that. But if you buy two, get Crime Scene Cleaner as well. Come on. I love the egregious implied violence of this space. Oh, did not mean to do that. There we go.
Back where it belongs.
Just like in order to make this game interesting, there needs to be blood like fucking everywhere. So it's real dramatic. That's not garbage, is it? No, that's a valued item. Okay. In addition to the rest of the game is good because it took me over an hour to get motion sick from a first-person game as opposed to 5 minutes, 10 out of 10. No one's doing it like these people. That is good to know. It's interesting. I am getting a little bit of motion sickness from this game when I normally don't. And I think I think whatever is making it good for you is making it a little bad for me. But for me, it's tolerable enough that I can play it for this long and be fine. So still commendable. What a fun contrast. Yeah, for real. Yeah, just sort of arrange that. I need to go at this with a sponge. Bob L'Eponge. Normally I'd be done with the stream about 15 ago, but I'm gonna finish this level and then be good.
Goddamn.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to do the get rid of the trash though, because that fucking piece is clipped into the geometry where I can't get it. The table's fucking broke, so guess I'll just put these over here and call it good. Is this We did? We did it? We're good? We're done? Oh, that's a nice light. I didn't even notice that light fixture. Is the only room left of concern the cool room that we love that's hot and sexy? God, this looks so gender when you do the vision. Wow. There we go. Just wanted that to look cooler. Oh, it looks like an ad break is starting. We'll come back and face this afterward. Welcome back from Agile, everyone. Let's engage with this fucking masterpiece of a space. I feel so bad dismantling it. Needs must as the video game commands. Leave my shit down there. I did. And as soon as I'm done with this, though, I'm gonna find out exactly where all the secrets are, because I feel like we didn't find them all. Oh, just a second. Something's happening that I need to handle right. All right, welcome back, everyone. I appreciate your patience. One of Astaroth's lions was feeling a little sicky, and I had to help her out. Miss Custard does not have the most constituted tummy, unfortunately. Oh, it really breaks my heart to peel this scene apart. I'm destroying art. No, 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 no. I'm engaging with art. The crime scene cleaner is part of this scene now. The music is for us. Wow. I used to believe true love could set me free from my family home, which I saw as my prison. When I finally found love and decided to run away with you, I was like, all my dreams had come true. I never imagined we'd be so miserable together. You got me to believe that drugs will solve our problems, fix our relationship. Things only got worse. I loved you, but you can only love yourself. Now I have nothing to live for. Nothing.
Her last farewell to this wretched world.
This is so badass. Wasn't it Danny DeVito who said suicide is badass? That's like a clip. I distinctly remember there's like a clip of him going, suicide is badass. Oh, I made that fucking goal. Now that's badass. Okay. Drain that out, don't need it. We are short some furniture up here in the luxurious loft. Some furniture items have positions. Ah, over here. And now we have two furniture pieces that are bad here. Oh, they probably go on this back table, huh? Those little dudes. No? I wonder what the wrong furniture is. Oh, okay. They do go on that table. I just didn't have their positions correct. Okay, the only thing that's gonna get rid of my perfect score is this fucking clipped in piece of garbage. Is there any chance? Hold on, is there any chance I can spot it? Huh. So I can't open these, they're not real. It's just these ones. Yeah, I think I'm fucked. I'm fucked. The cops are gonna come here and they're gonna find one piece of fucking broken bottle part way into the layer of reality. I watched while playing Darktide. What's Darktide? With a title like that, it sounds badass. Warhammer 40k FPS 4-person co-op PV. All right. Not up my alley then, but I hope you're having a blast. I didn't pause to look around for more secrets. Looks like there was only the one. Okay. I like to play a psyker and make the heads go pop. Hey, that sounds fun. I love doing violence with my brain. I love cleaning game with skill tree. Okay. I think... I think it's gonna be time for some... Ultra resistance mop. We'll give it a strength buff too. All right, our mop is crisp right now. Dog.
Who's a good boy? Not me, that's for sure.
Acceptable, dog. Thanks a lot, friend. I love my daughter and all, but I'm not responsible for her questionable life choices. Also, I'm too high profile to end up behind bars for one shotgun-related mistake. I'm glad you helped me out with that. Hey, that was a fun job. I liked that job a lot. Okay, we're gonna figure this out later. But right now, thank you all so much for coming to my stream. This has been an absolute blast. Next time we play, we're probably going to be finishing Sorry We're Closed. Fucking masterpiece game that is. And then I'm going to alternate this with something else that I figure out at some point. I'm always open to suggestions. I've been offered a suggestion of the Cat Lady for Christmas. That's going to be a blast, I'm sure. But before we peace out, let me see if there's an opportunity to be a fucking nice little monster and raid into one of my compadres. If I can get the fucking thing open. Because OBS does not open a raid browser like I like. So I have to like go to fucking my own Twitch channel. Yeah, let's see who's around, huh? Ruby! Ruby's doing art. Let's go say hi to my friend Ruby. Ruby did my fucking emotes. Yeah, let's raid into Ruby. Thank you all so much for joining me, and I'll see you around. Good morning.